Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am back. And I haven't posted any links yet. I'm going to try to do it throughout the stream. I'm going to try to do most of it up front, but interspersed with working today. And I got a lot to do today, I believe. Because now I don't have an excuse. Now I've got my final file name format that I'm going to use. I got what I'm going to do to save the positions, and what else do we got? Um, I'll be modifying the JSON format. I might be going back to the beginning with the actual pages as I had in my notes. The one that actually turned into um, JSON objects. And I got some clear indication, so there's a lot of work to do. And I guess I should get started now. The first thing I want to do is, well, let's just let me start by posting my IRC links. That doesn't take very long while I'm still here on the webcam. Copy. Okay. Go. B. I'm in game designers. There's game dev and Blender. One of these days I'm going to do more with my game in Blender than just editing my dev streams. And the guys don't seem to mind. The guys in Blender don't seem to mind me doing it. I guess either as long as I'm making progress, or at least as long as it's related to Blender, I guess they're easygoing. If I don't even imagine that many of them actually look at the um, look at my streams, but that's okay. I put them in there anyways, just in case somebody cares. All right, and let me do something here. Uh, what's this no cap thing? Leave the thread here. Okay, so let's go. Yeah, I'm not posting games from scratch anymore. Okay. So I'm gonna actually put all this extra stuff here that I normally do. And I'm gonna put all that on my secondary screen before I show you my desktop. Okay. So what do I start here? Let's switch. Okay. So today, what do I start with? All right. Let me open the dev stuff folder. Let's go to um, 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 let's see here. I guess just the Redot. Redot. We're opening projects in a new tab, and then we're into rooms. And actually, I don't know that I'll be doing anything with the rooms here today, or at least as they exist here. This is going to be the old, and I'm deciding whether or not I'm going to go ahead straight up and start working on the other stuff, or whether I should go ahead and add the add the metacode. Um, and I'm also going to go ahead and remove the main menu scene from the editor map because it's just something that kind of clutters up. And let me think. What about loading? What do I do? Where do I load it? Normal. I think I do that in the room manager. Um, I'm actually going to move it. I think I'm going to move it. I don't know. Maybe I won't move it because I still have to go like up a level. But in any case, I'm going to remove the code for loading the tscene files from the editor map. That should be cool. Okay, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Do I start this right away? Hold on. Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and start that. Why does... Okay. All right. So, editor map. Um, let me pull up Grok first. Let's see. And let's go ahead and let's actually bookmark this onto done, and then delete. That way it goes to this each time. Okay, history. This one. Okay, so if you can see it here, and hopefully you can hear me just fine, and you can see me just fine. Yesterday, well, of course, it's trying to add extra code and stuff. But what I decided to do is first, your ID is actually a location ID, right? And then the name, the descriptive name, is actually going to be after the prefix, which is that ID, and I'm going to remove the parent suffix from the file name because I don't really need it now exactly. So yeah. And then I'm gonna do kind of what I said too. Like I don't have location in here. I'm gonna actually add a location field into my JSON objects once I figure it out, and then so yeah. So instead of a room ID, it's going to be they're going to be sequential numbers based on location. The parent is field is going to be in there, but it's going to be the full file name minus the sans the extension. Like 002-town03 is going to be the full parent. Of course, your destination is going to be the full, you know, child name. Okay, so first thing I want to do is first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and remove the tscene loading from, and what I'll actually have to I will actually have to modify the room loader to work with the new names. We're not working with the new names right this second. I think what I'm going to do is what I kind of was supposed to do yesterday that I didn't end up doing, which is I'm going to do the metadata saving part first, so that okay, I'm going to do the metadata saving part first, so that I'll have the code automatically. Because what it'll do is it's going to check the file. It's going to check to see if the meta file exists, and then it's going to, if it doesn't exist, it's going to create it as a JSON, and then if it does exist, it's just going to read it, and it's going to, after it loads all the rooms, it's going to find the room that it belongs to and set the position in the editor map. That way I can set it wherever I want to and save it, and it will be automatic. And then, of course, when I change the file names, it won't be a problem because the file names are based on first the extension and loading all the scene files in there, all the room files into the thing. And like I said, it'll make the meta files automatically when it loads them in. Yep, when it loads them in. Okay, so let's do the thing. And this is a time where I'm just gonna let GitHub Desktop actually be the thing that I'm not gonna save a copy of this editor map here. I'm just gonna let that be in the let's just go ahead and delete a few of these, like this signal thing that isn't in there anymore. And okay, that's good. And then let's go ahead and we're going to, I wish there's a block commenting, but we're going to move, we're going to remove these. Setup visuals should be called down here, right? It is, right? Okay, good. Let's go ahead and delete that. Control S. Reload save scene. And the first one is welcome and the door, of course. See, like here, view map. Let's actually go to the last one, the caves. Now let's see if it updates in real time. It should update in real time, just because it's a tool script. I just want to test to see if somewhere in the kingdom, interesting. So it doesn't automatically update it. I mean, it'll update it when I reload it, right? No, it doesn't, huh? I see. Okay, so saving it in here. Oh, I see. Saving it doesn't save it to the... Right. Well, it should have actually modified in here, though. That I don't get exactly. But maybe I shouldn't worry about that just yet. Should be able to modify it, and it should update in here. I guess it doesn't because well, it sets it's the description. It's the yeah, it should actually work. But anyways, there'll be a reason that doesn't work. That doesn't really matter right now. Okay, so okay, let's see what this shows here. Editor map removed. Okay. Move casing coding editor map. Let's just commit it. Push origin. Okay. So now what's the next thing I want to do? Next thing I want to do is actually go ahead and post the link to the stream in the Discords. So give me a quick second to do the Discords. We got to some real work today. All right. Big red. Mean green. Copy. And I'm going to go to Discord, and it's just going to take me a quick second. You won't see anything, but yeah. So, copy, enter. All right. Hey guys, game dev. Streaming. Stream share. Let's go ahead and put it in stream share. Right, okay. Go ahead here. All right, this should be super quick. Let me try to make it super quick here. Game dev. Control V. Control V. Right. Control V. Redot. Control V. Okay. Now let's go. I don't know how many people will join from the Discord. Maybe not many, but I do know that I need to do what the next thing is. Okay. So the next thing should be script. Map self visuals direct call. Okay. File name. Oh, I wonder if it modified file name. Because JSON name reason replace. Oh, JSON name, I see. So essentially we're kind of duplicating thing because create room from JSON will actually take the file and file name. Interesting. Okay, no problem, I guess. Okay, let's do a print here. Print file name. I want to see if I want to see if it prints the remove. It actually removed, because replace means to replace it, right? And I know I'm outputting it to a variable, but does it actually replace the original string? So that file name is now removes the JSON. So I guess let's go ahead and reload scene. Uh, Wait, let's clear that out and then let's reload save scene. Um, hey Fender, what's up? Okay, so apparently file name is still. There we go. Clear that out. Reload save scene. File name is still okay. So replace doesn't actually replace the original string, but it does output the new string. Okay, I get it. I get it. All right. So JSON name. Next JSON and file list. Do I have? Oh, I have that up there. Next JSON and file list. Okay. Is item. Okay, so what I want to do first off is maybe I want this as a function. I might have Grok write it for me, but first I want to know exactly what I want on here. So let us see here. I wonder if I should clean this up a little bit. I know you don't strictly need to put the functions, the new functions on top of the old ones, or have it call that way. And like in Pascal, you had to have uh, the function or procedure declared above where you call it, because it always called, went up to call it. And even though we can put functions and stuff anywhere pretty much now, I still kind of tend to follow that ideology a little bit, or ideology, that idea, anyways, that um, format, I guess. Convention. I don't know what word I'm looking for, but so I should probably actually. Oh, it looks like I got a heart by Endeavors on in the Redot channel. Thanks, Endeavors, if you're ever in the watching the stream or in the chat. Okay, so let me look at this and see if I can't make this a little bit, I don't know, more streamlined, a little bit easier to read, maybe. I mean, it's not hard to read or anything. It's just JSON room name. Room.name. Right. JSON room name is that. Actually, that isn't the JSON room name. That's what's funny about that. Self.name. The destination is, oh, I see. Multiple doors says multiple things, right? I'm trying to decide if I want all these extra print statements. Um, Next JSON and file list. Room from JSON data self.name. Destination substring door. Okay, let's do a little bit of housekeeping here. Door name. Where's door name? Door name down there. Okay. So the door isn't printing anything extra other than door name. Okay, so let's go to the room. Let's go all the way up here. All right. To Pascal case, split, capitalized words. Okay. Load data from JSON. Print error. That's fine. We can leave those in. Print self.name. Self.name equals. Let's just change this here. Creating room from JSON data. And we'll go ahead and put this down here. Okay, that's all right. The self.name is fine. Create the door nodes. Door data. We can do here is this is that. Here, and let's go ahead and print creating, wait a minute, creating new door dot name. That. Okay, new door not valid. Creating from JSON data. That's that there. So loaded JSON. Okay, let's just look at just to see if it's looks a little cleaner here. Let's go ahead and reload. Save scene. Next JSON and file list, creating room. Creating room. JSON data. let's see something here. And then just creating, right? Let's delete that. Successfully loaded. That's okay. We could leave that in there. Creating. Here. We're going to do this. Plus. Plus. From JSON data. And actually, this just means it's already created it here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put this above the actual create call. Oh. Uh, oh, right. Creating, creating door. Creating door. Plus, we'll say, what we'll do is we'll say door name from JSON data like that. Let's clear this out. Let's retry it first. Creating door from JSON data. Let's do this creating plus from JSON data. Okay, reload, save scene. Creating door name equals okay, where's let's go to door name. Okay, let's delete that. Let's go back into not in the editor map. Let's go back into room and print new door name. Wait a minute. Created and plus new door name plus do it like that. Okay, and we'll hit. Let's go ahead and reload scene. creating from JSON data, creating door. I'd say creating door. We're just gonna do this generic creating. Okay. There. Wait, let's change this to successfully. No. Creating door. Created. Successfully created. Uh, Freeman and Devin. Okay, so successfully create. Okay, there we go. Whoops, that's not what I want. Anyways, what am I doing? Do the save scene. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Well, as consistent as I can be. Okay, so creating. I don't know if I need all that. Maybe I don't need all that stuff. You know. I mean, I did the thing. It's created it, and these are really debug print statements. Maybe this is superfluous. I'm running setup visuals for room. JSON room name. Okay, so running setup visuals. I don't know if that's in here. Is it in the room script? Running setup visuals for room. I don't need to do that right this second. Okay, let's reload save scene. Okay. Actually, I don't need the file name is still thing either in the editor map. So, file name is still. I just wanted to check that. JSON room name. I actually don't need to print the JSON room name either. JSON room name. That's actually not the JSON room name. The JSON room name is actually the file name. This is actually the node. Okay, reload save scene. Okay, we'll leave that like that, and that will be my baseline. Now let's go ahead and go and update it. Streamline debug print statements. We'll just commit it, and then we'll push origin. Let me check something here. Am I actually frozen? I'm not frozen in here. Matt J, what seems to be frozen? I'll check. I'll check these to see if they're. No, that's not frozen. That's still working. Of course, Rumble always does not update. Restream does not seem to be frozen. Audio seems to be good. Uh, I seem to be frozen. It may be because I'm actually still. If you're saying that the stream is frozen, because it's not frozen on my side, and I actually mean literally, I'm actually looking at I'm looking at these live tabs. I put these couple of tabs up, and they look like they're going fine. So, in other words, it's getting to the thing and coming back. So, I'm not sure what. Gives you more options inside. That's fast. It seems to be frozen. That's weird. Because on my end, uh, it doesn't seem to be frozen here. So, yeah. Okay. All right. So let's. Okay. So let's see what the next thing is here. And actually, since nobody has chatted in here, I'm gonna go ahead and refresh the restream tab because once it's out of focus, it 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 gets out of sync each time. So then you're watching it after the fact, and in order to keep it live, because you don't click on the live button, I have to actually reload the tab. Okay, so that's good. Now let's go in the editor map, and we're going into file loading. So let me look at what each line does, and then see if I can't like put some of this into a separate function or whatever. It seems like not everyone's using AI yet. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so we got the file list array, file name. Let's change this. Let's actually, can I just change these? Um, Actually, Control Z, do it this ways. Room sticked, that's all right. File list. Okay, we're gonna make sure that these all say file list, file list. Okay, and then file name. And we'll make sure these all say file name. File name. I don't know. Sometimes I don't really care to have an underscore or whatever. File name seems like a one-word thing. I don't know if it's literally physically one word, but I like the yeah. Okay, so we got the file list. Okay, so we got the rooms dictionary. What's this up here? Okay, this is just preliminary stuff. Rooms dictionary, file list, file name. File list, we make that empty. I know it's superfluous. That's because I had the TC one up there. But file name's empty. File list is empty. So the directory, JSON directory, is opening the directory. If it exists, file list equals get files. So we're getting the file list for item in file list. File name equals item. If file name is a JSON, print next JSON file in the list. JSON name. So we're removing the JSON extension, and then we're passing it to create room from JSON. If room, bar room name, rooms dictionary name equals room. I don't know if I'll need the rooms dictionary later. Okay. So apparently I'm not frozen now. So I could have been frozen anyways. It could have been really the browser chat. I'm not sure. But that's okay. As long as it's working now, it's cool. All right. So file name begins with imprint. Now it seems like it would be kind of superfluous, but it seems like all of this in here Because what all we're doing here is we're adding these rooms to this dictionary, which I don't even know if we even end up using, because that was when I was placing rooms. So I wonder what would happen if I to the room node, because I'm not going to be doing that, right? I'm not going to need to. Here, let's let's see if I even need that. Do I even need that? Okay. Reload scene. Everything seems to be in order. Okay, so I probably don't even need those, so I'm not going to keep those in. I might need them later, but we'll re-add them if I need them later. And okay. All right, so we got streamline that. Create room from JSON if room. Yeah, we want to break here. So that means this should stay in here. That means this in here could probably get a probably get its own function. In fact, that might be where I actually put the code to load up the metadata. You know, once it's created the room, now it can load up the metadata, and then it can actually set the position. Yeah. Yes, yes. Okay. Func. Create room. Let's create room. That's after it's created. What would I call it? Um, so this is what happens if the room is successfully created, which it should be if it comes out the other end here. When we set the room name here, that's fine. I don't even know what I'm doing with the room name either. Let's try something. What do I do with room name? Okay, so what if I blanket? Does it matter? Doesn't matter, does it? That had to do with adding them to the reload save scene. Everything seems to be good. There doesn't seem to be any errors. That's fine. Editor messages. Okay. So now, okay, so now what exactly are we doing here? Do I put this in its own function? Do I leave it as is? Do I create a function that's going to do the thing like that's going to load the metadata? Add child room owner for door in room. Door is door. Door owner. We're setting the door owner to the scene root so that we can see it in the what do you call that thing over there on the left? The node viewer thing. node tree. Set up visuals, and that just doesn't matter. I could just create a separate function for just those. I could leave the rest of that in there. Room, add child room setup visuals, and then room.editor map equals self. Okay, so this is add child. The rest of this is for the editor map, right? Even setup visuals is for editor map. So why don't I have a function for editor map that I call let's see. Because it's going to do a couple of things. Each child is going to add this child to the C node. So, we'll call it add room to editor map. Now, this is the way I like still using Pascal case for my function names. This is because Grok came up with that. So, add room to editor map. That colon. Then we're going to take all of this stuff, delete. No, Control Z. We're going to pass the room into it. Control X. Control V. We're going to tab like that. Oh, right, because it's a function. What am I thinking? Do. Right. And that's where we're going to actually add room. What is room here? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just add it like that. Add room to editor map. Like so. And it should just work, I think. Reload save scene. Yeah, everything works fine. Okay. So the reason I put this into a tone here, let's actually separate these. In fact, I should start doing a this like that, and I should start doing that for these. Now, ready is a GD script function, so it's got to say the same. This I could rename to load all rooms. L A R L A R. Load all rooms. That. And honestly, the adding the underline does make it a little bit easier to read, but this is to keep consistent with my style. My style is to do Pascal case and function names. So okay, add room to editor map. So that's exactly what it's doing. It's adding the child there, then it's setting the owner, then it's getting the children, which are going to be door nodes. Then it's going to set the owner of the door nodes. Then it's going to set the editor map reference to itself. And then it's going to set up the visuals for the room. And that's all a part of adding it to the editor map. And that way I can kind of keep things. It still looks a little cluttered, but it's a little bit easier to read, or a little bit less to read, I guess. You know? So that way, when I do the metadata stuff, I'm actually going to, I don't know, either I'm going to have a separate function that says load metadata. Maybe I'll have it called load metadata as a separate function. Right now, maybe I can just put it, I'll just put it in here. So maybe I should get the if room thing out of there. Right? If I get the if room out of there and back down to the bottom, then I can do the other thing, which is the adding the metadata. So let's just go ahead and do that right now. Shift tab. You can take direct call out. It's just a we're going to take this if room. We're going to go ahead here and go if room tab that. So that now if room editor to map, and then I'd be like load metadata, right? And so the file name, we'll do it based on the file name. So I'll have a string in here. So we're going to do a thing here. We're going to say func load meta data for room. Let's call this file name like so, colon. And I am not sure. Okay, we do have an indented block here, but what do I want to do here? We have a pass in here. Pass. There we go. That way, I'm not doing anything just yet. And then here, what I'll do is load meta data for room, and we'll call this file name. There. That way, it goes in there, and there's nothing here. In fact, let's go past. Let's do this print. Print checking for metadata or checking for metadata for file name. Yeah, so. And let's just go ahead and clear this out, and then let's just go ahead and reload save scene, see if everything's working okay. Checking for metadata, which is good. And in fact, that debug statement can remain in there at least for a while. And so the next thing we need to do is file list item. File name ends in JSON. Okay. Now we have this thing, right? So if file name ends with JSON.json, well, this is going to be underscore meta.json. So we need a way to differentiate both of those. If file name ends with okay, so I gotta get that because it's gonna try to load the metadata first, and I don't want it to load the metadata first. I have to figure that out because I need to. You know what? I haven't done yet. I haven't posted the stream to X just yet. So let me do that here in the front here. Okay, let's do that. First, I actually want to go to the streaming deal. Give me a sec. Nope, that's it for. Whoops. Go back to the text file. Okay. Then the Discord stuff. C. Control B. Devin. My game number 81. Post. Oh, I'm streaming. Post. Okay. Okay. So now let's go to. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Redot forum. I could start posting in there, I suppose. Let's go to subreddit. B. Save. Miles to go before I sleep. Well, not really, but sort of an idea, anyways. Actually, let's go to the Redot forums. Quick second. Announcements, feedback, mission suggestion, academy. Off topic solved. Guess I don't know if feedback. Announcements. Oh, I see. Community, tech support, creative help, off topic solved. Well, let's put it in the community here. I'll start. You know what? I'll start as a thread here so that I don't clutter the whatever the community deal on the Redot forum. Start discussion. Discussion title. Streaming making my dream game in Redot dev streams. I'm well, I'm building a point and click adventure by first breaking it down into by first starting with a choose your own adventure style game. I'm streaming the development of my dream game Monday through Friday at approximately how do you spell approximately? APP. That's what I was getting wrong. At approximately 11:30 to 12 noon Eastern U.S. time, or about, where was it? It would be about 5:30 to 5 UK time. I can say GMT, I guess. I'll say UK time. 5 p.m. UK time. You can extrapolate from that for about 3 to 4 hours, depending. Okay. Upload. I'm gonna upload an image. Where's my screenshot? Screenshot. Where's my screenshot? Open. Okay. Post discussion. Oh, this is kind of cool. Although, it does it a little bit weird because of where I put the links, I guess. Uh, but it's showing both streams in the forum. That's good. I like that. Okay, so that's not important though. What's the deal here? What's the deal here? Okay. Okay, nobody chatting. That's good. So, um, give me another few seconds here. Um, here. I guess I'll have to delay X postings just because I guess that's the best of the best of the best movie. How's that between how many years? Never done it. Okay. 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 So let me switch to the communities tab. Okay, and then let me go back into Restream and let me reload the Restream so I'm up to date. And go back in chat. Okay, here we go. All right, so I didn't post to X just yet. I guess I have to wait. I don't know if it kind of depends on how many people watch from X. I don't think that many do, anyways. So on the one hand, it's like it's probably doesn't matter that I don't post in there, but at the same time, it's like if I don't post in there consistently and early, then how am I ever going to get people watching from there? I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, I'm actually going to change the main menu scene too, for that matter. It might be a 000 or something. That way, it will kind of sit on top. Anyways, that's not really important right now. Maybe we should just call it main menu, period. Let any extra other stuff in it. I don't have that many. Okay, so we're gonna close this, and we're gonna close that. We still have just our 4 deals here. I am actually gonna do that. Let's go ahead and rename this. Rename. And I'm just gonna rename that to 000SN0 because I'm not really planning on doing any more scene rooms, T-scene based rooms. So let's do that. Okay, and then let's go everywhere there's main menu. So main, nope, main, remaining. Actually, the only one's going to be in the room manager, I think. Okay, let's go to the room manager. 1 of 1 match. Let's just switch this to 0 and 0 like that. And if I reload enter map, there's nothing in there. That's nothing weird. And then if I do this, this should just load normal, right? Main menu, 1 to start. Okay, good. Just doing that so that it puts the T scene up at the top. I'm not having any more T scenes than that anyways, so okay, let's go back here. Now what's the next thing? The next thing is I still need to do the thing here. We check if it ends in the JSON extension. Then what do we do? Now, the metadata is going to be JSON as well, unless, I mean, I could do it in a different file, like a text file even. Maybe I could do that. Or should I? Okay, maybe what I should do is we're gonna do okay. Do I want to do it in here? File name ends with JSON. I need some other way of identifying it as the right kind of JSON. maybe I need to do an and. I wonder if I can do it on a separate a lower line. Uh, I'll do it. What's a logical and in GD script? Okay. Example. Okay, mathematical uh Boolean operators, bitwise. Boolean. I probably do the Boolean, right? Oh, I see. Logical and what am I thinking? Logical and is the bit checking. So I guess it's just and, right? Okay. Ampersand, ampersand, I guess. All right, let's go back in here. Uh, let's make a function. Let's make a function. Is file meta? Is file yeah, is file meta, file name uh colon okay, so let's see something here. Um okay, so if the room exists, right? So if it's not metadata, I don't know if I should do this in a separate function or not. Okay, so if file name and it won't go in there at all if it's not both of them. And we're doing that if in here. Okay, let me think. Hold on. Hold on. If file name oh. Think for a second. Maybe if I asked Grok, it it would be quicker in helping me out. Yeah, I guess I still need the function. There we go. If room Add room to editor map. See some here. Because really what I'm trying to do here, why I can't say anything, or why I'm not saying much here, is I need to know that the room is created properly. And then after it's created properly, then after adding it to the editor map, I then load the metadata for the room, and then adjust it. So, but I have to differentiate. If I use JSON for both files, the only difference is the fact that I could call the text file a meta file, and I could still load it as JSON anyways, right? It doesn't really matter what the file name is, right? So if I instead put meta there, that might be a better way to do that, right? It doesn't need to be a JSON file name. It can still be JSON in the file, but I should call it meta. That makes more sense. Load metadata for room. Honestly, I can do this before adding it to the editor map, but that's not really important either. Okay, so I want to just instead of the underscore meta, and then I can still use it. I'll still make it as JSON, but okay, load metadata for room. Okay, maybe data should be one word. Okay, metadata for room. Okay, so there we go. If file name ends with, see, I'm still putting parentheses around. I don't know, maybe I should still do that anyways. It doesn't matter, right? Because it still will use it ends with dot meta. Yeah, we want to check to see if meta. If file name ends with meta, then we're gonna load it, right? Okay. Oh, I see what we want to do though. We want to make sure it matches the. We want to make sure. Oh yeah, yeah. We don't do it that ways. This is how long it takes me to do some basic coding versus when Grok does it. um, this is just going to get all of the files. File list. It's not yet 1:30. The room is already there. Okay, instead of just passing it a file name, we want to check if the meta file is there. Which won't happen because we're just checking for JSON. So what we want to do is name list. File list equals open. Maybe what I want to do is I want two separate lists, the JSON list and the I'm not sure. Yeah, this is kind of why I don't like coding that much, because my mind sometimes can't really wrap around. I'm trying to figure out how best to do this. Because what's going to happen is it's going to load up a room. Then once it's successfully loaded, which it would be here, so at this point it's successfully loaded. Then it needs to check for the file name. Now, it already has the meta names in the list. So why don't I compile a list of... Why don't I compile a dictionary of names, right? Well, right? It'd be easy, right? Go through the file list. Go through the file list ahead of time, right? And it could actually create a dictionary with entries. And then it could return that dictionary. Um, Let me think. Uh, why don't I just go ahead and put the stream up here to X here. So just give me a second here while I do that. Oh, why? Oh, I overwrote big red phone. Okay, that's all right. Still gives the link, so let's we'll see. Let's go over here. Go to communities. Redot. Click. And indie games. There we go. And we're gonna post. Paste. That. Do the same thing over here. post, paste, and then over here, post, and paste, colon, and then we go back to the text file, and we copy the tags, copy, and go ahead and post, post, post. Okay, at least they're up on X now. Well, I go back to the restream button and load and chat. Okay, back to that. All right, so we have a file name. We have a JSON file name. We want to take that JSON file name and I can make two separate dictionaries or two separate lists here. Dictionary. The dictionary where you use the JSON name here as a key, right? Okay, let's do a separate function. And actually, think for a second. I know, I should be here. Look at the back of my chair. Check my, oh, come on. A bunch of food stuff. I'll have to talk to Mom later. Okay, let's think. Uh, um, 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 um. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the file list. I am going to create two lists, two dictionaries. One is going to be the JSON dictionary. The other is going to be the meta file dictionary. And they're all both going to initialize to empty string. I check the file list. So I read the file list. I see if it ends in JSON or meta. And then if it ends in JSON, I put that in a dictionary using the JSON name, which is the name without the extension. Well, actually what I'll do is I'll take the file list item, check if it's either or, and then place them directly in. Okay, so I'll create two dictionaries. I'll create entries. I'll create entries for both, and then if the JSON's there but the meta is missing, well, the JSON is going to be there no matter what. I mean, I can assume that just because if it doesn't load, it doesn't load, and I'm going to be passing the JSON list to. I'm going to be using the list in the main loading function here. So instead of actually going through this file list, it'll actually go through the dictionary. Use JSON the name. Let's see something here. right? It'll go through the file list. And actually, it won't go through the file list. It won't go through this either. Directory access, open, and all that. It's going to be in the function. So the function is going to parse. It's going to handle all the list stuff. So it's going to process the file list. And what it's going to do is it's going to let me think. Yeah, that's why I don't like programming, because my brain does not want to do it, and it doesn't matter if I had good sleep or not, or if I'm awake or asleep. It's just me and my brain, and I'm kind of slow on the uptake when it comes to like programming and stuff. Um, um, okay, maybe I should do this with You'll have two file lists: the meta file list and the JSON file list. Okay, so that loads all the files, right? And it gives you the full file names. So essentially, just it's a it's a directory. Okay, get files is the actual function that gets the files. That's fine. Um, so get the files into a list, which is like I guess an array, right? I don't know if it's a. I guess it's an array that comes back. Can I look that up? Directory access. Wait a minute, where is get files? Wait a second. Get files is what I'm looking for. The get files function. Directory access. Shoot, it's almost time for break here. Uh, get next. Get files. Returns a pack string array containing file names of directory contents, excluding directories. Arrays sorted alphabetically. Okay. Editor map. How are we using that? For item. Oh, okay, so it's going to be a string. It's going to end up, the item's going to end up being a string, right? The full file name. File name ends JSON. Yeah, the thing I was thinking of is I was thinking of the key being the name without the file extension, right? That would be the key. See, this goes based off the name directly. Okay, so this is kind of how I wanted to do it. And strictly speaking, I need the all I need is the name. So I need to strip off the name itself without the extension because we need to do a match, right? Do I just create the meta list by itself instead? You know, if file name ends with JSON and then it does the thing on the name, uh, if instead I just have a list, how do we index it? How do I find out if it's the same one? It just, programming. Um, 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 um. Hold on. Let's see. Um, it's like I could have a dictionary where the key is the name without the JSON extension and the so this drops the JSON name drops the that JSON file name. I could make the file name the key. No, that wouldn't be work either because I want only what I want is I only want ones. If I can't do it like an array, right? All right, maybe I'll get Grok to help. I don't want it just like writing stuff willy nilly though. Um, Before you offer any help, just acknowledge that you received uh, what I say to you and don't offer any until I ask you specifically because of how I want to do this. Acknowledge it all offering help and need specifically ask for it. Okay, so um, I'm loading JSON files in GD script by uh, opening a directory with dir access. With dir access that open. Then iterating through the file list. Okay, then getting the files in the directory with get files. and then iterating through the list to grab the individual file names. It checks for that JSON extension and then proceeds to load the room up. Of course, I need the name without the extension, so I strip the extension off and am left with just the name. Hopefully it will just acknowledge that you're using GScript. Okay. What I want to do is check to see if a metadata file for that JSON exists, and if not, create it, and if so, read it. The file list will have anything okay, so I have to see how to do this right. So it means I need to compile lists ahead of time, as it only checks for ends with JSON. So it will never check for the meta. So I need to do that separately. I'm trying to think of the best way to create the lists, or if I should just create a metadata list. And check to see if it has an entry. I'm going to check for the metadata file. It doesn't, since the filter skips meta files, you're right, you need well, I decided I could name the meta files .meta, and it could still use JSON, just a different extension, but it will still ignore the meta files. I'm thinking maybe make a separate single list single dictionary with, well, with empty strings for files with no meta. So I don't want any code yet, but I want some suggestions on how to handle this. Mid extension, while keeping them in JSON format. Check will still ignore them. You're looking for a suggestion on how to handle the setup of code. You could stick with one directory scan, build two separate lists, one for JSON room files and one for metadata files, then match them up. Or you could scan once, keep all the files in a single list, filter them into room and metadata buckets as you go. Another option is to skip a pre-built metadata list, and for each room file, directly check if its meta category exists. E.g. replace .json with meta and test with file access. Might scan the directory twice. File access, test with file access. Oh, so as I hit one, okay, give me some sample code for using file access to test for .meta, but only the few lines it needs, not a full function or a full source file, just the few lines I need to check. Here are a few lines you need to test for meta. Meta path equals replace JSON with meta. If file access file exists, meta path, and meta file exists, read it. Else, meta file doesn't exist, create it. Ah, yes. See, and I've used file exist before. I've actually used it in the other. I don't know if it's the room manager still uses, but I actually used it. Oh, it's 1:30. I guess I gotta go on break now. So, so yeah. I'll be on break. I'll be back in about 30 minutes, which is for me is about 2 p.m. Uh, and for what the UK or GMT or whatever you want to call it, it'll be about seven wherever you are. Rook, if you're listening, yeah. So I'll be back. I'll be back at the hour mark. So basically, 2 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, or 7 p.m. like UK time. Anyways, yeah. So I'll be back in a bit. Shutting off mic. Okay, so I'm technically back, but I want to do something real quick. Sources. Let's add a new source. Let's add a color source, and just call this break background, just so I know what I'm doing. Back to here, I can just do this. You guys can see that. And what happened to the select source? Oh, there we go. Okay. And okay, we'll leave it white. Let's see some select color. Do I have to use a color? I guess I have to use a do it. Oh, we do have alpha channel, right? So that means I can. Does that mean I can change the opacity? Okay, let's see what happens. No? Okay. Select color. We're gonna select this white again. Oh, it did do it though, didn't it? Cancel. Okay. Oh, so it did do that. Okay. Okay, let's put this up here and this up here. And then let's edit this a little bit. Oh, I guess I can select, let's hit cancel, cancel, select color. Let's bring this down to, oh, I don't know. Let's do it to 128, 127. Okay. Uh, do it a little bit different. Let's make it even further down. Let's make it, 64. 63, whatever. Okay. How about that? I think that would work. That at least shows you that I'm doing something on here. Let's move this back off. And then that shows you that my desktop is still up here. And of course I'm gonna shut the mic back off. In fact, which one is that? That's okay, that's the screen capture. Okay, so these are the break text, this is the break background. This one is screen capture. Oh, that's right. Let's do okay, so media source. That media source is muted. We're on the break scene, right? So okay, so I'm gonna leave. I'll make sure that that is on during the break, and actually it'd be probably keeping the mic off or whatever, and desktop audio off too, because it's actually running right now. YouTube is audio is running, I think. Um, okay, do something. Let me check this out here. Okay, media source 2. Media source is the... Okay, so media source 2... I see. Media source, but oh, I see. Media source 2 is not... Wait a second. Media source 2 is not the music. Media source 2 is that looping. Okay, so let's trash media source 2. Yes. Okay, so now all we should have is media source, which is the audio, image. We can actually... Okay. Honestly, I don't need the background image, but I'll go ahead and leave it in. That's okay. So then what we're using for now a background is the screen capture. The oh, let me go to the screen capture first. Let's check its filters. Right now, do it. Okay, so I don't have... Okay, so let's just trash the color correction. Yes. Like so. And there we go. Now let's check out the break text. Where's the outline? The outline. I can't change the outline size, huh? Chat log lines. To color, we're gonna brighten that sucker up. Okay, and select the color here. Why? Oh, what am I? Okay, and select the color. That's all the way up. Okay. Oh, I see. Interesting. With color. Like that. And we'll make it super blue. Okay. Nope. That's not what I want, is it? Cancel. Okay. Let's see something here then. I like this pretty good. Alright. I'll just leave that. I'll just leave that. I know, I'm just screwing around. I'm gonna turn the mic back off. And mic back on. Okay. So sorry it took so long. Okay. Yeah, it looks like I didn't get that much done today either, did I? I mean, that's alright. That's the way that goes. Let's shrink this back. It's okay. Put that there. Shrink this a little bit. It's too bad I couldn't shrink this part back. Alrighty. Okay. Of course, I don't have anybody in here now. I'm probably the only one watching myself. And actually, let's meet this. And there's nothing back there. Okay. So now we're back to it. Back at it. Okay? And before I do any more adding, I'm gonna go ahead and streamline a few things. All right. Push. Nothing there really. Just want to start clean. Now, let's do something here. Let's I guess let's go back to my code. And so here is the deal. Load metadata for room. Okay. So this is going to be the file name. Okay, load metadata. Actually, let's Control S. And let's clear this out, and then let's go ahead and reload save scene. Checking for metadata for that. Okay. So we have the full file name there. Now we do the file access thing. Oh, doggone you. Where are you? Okay, there we go. Copy. There we go. Let's click paste. I don't care if it's going to go pass. Here we're going to go pass. Here we're going to tab, that. Identify a room path not declared in current scope. Yeah. That's all right. Room path. File name. Let's make this meta path. It's if here. Let's take this out here. Let's do this. If file exists, print meta path plus exists. See else does not exist. And actually, for the first one, I'm gonna okay, so let's do that. Let's go ahead and scene, reload save scene. That meta does not exist. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. Create. Now I'm just gonna tell Grok to actually write it for me, but just write the pieces, the certain pieces. So, um, okay. Um, Show me in a small snippet of code just for creation to create the meta file with meta path. I removed the underscore in the variable name. Using JSON text with using a JSON object as the text with two fields X and Y, both set to 0. Okay, that looks good. So this is going to create the file. Paste. That's okay. I'm not going to remove the underscores from there. I'm just gonna leave them as is, I guess. JSON stringify metadata. Right, convert it to a string, or what do they call that? Serializes it, I guess. JSON. No. We're just gonna go ahead and leave the metadata text like it is. Save. Okay. So let's reload. Let's clear this out. Reload. Save scene. Checking for metadata. Okay, it might have stuck it somewhere else. What was the problem? Oh. Right, it created it. If file exists metapath, which it didn't. If it exists, print it, else create it. Oh, created mean yeah, I didn't because I didn't put a print in here. Okay, so let's reload. Wait a second though. Let's see something here. Meta, where is this actually located? Where are the meta files located? Did I must have put it somewhere because I didn't put the full path. Am I right? All right, under res. Where is where did it save those? That's what I want to know. File path. Wait a minute, showing the file manager, right? Showing your file manager. There we go. I see. Let's just take all these and delete them. Delete. Delete the 5 selected items. Delete. Let's see what this shows up as. Okay. Won't deal with that just yet. I need to add the full path to it. File access open. And what it is there we go. We actually need to add this text to that, just so it knows where exactly to do it. That's funny. Oh, that's right. I need to meta path equals meta path equals res rooms plus meta path. So that ways now I should do this properly. Okay, let's go ahead and reload save scene. Okay, that's all right. Now let's see if it added the meta files to the correct location. Apparently it did not. Can I refresh? Well, it's in there. Okay, so it's in there. If they're in there, should they not be in there? Okay, let's rerun this and see if it says it exists. Reload save scene. So it exists. So they're in there. For some reason they're not in the project, which I think is kind of weird, but that doesn't mean it doesn't work. Okay. So let's see. Sidetrack. Let's sidetrack here. They've created successfully However, for some reason, it doesn't actually show up in the Redot project. Now, it's able to load them into the program, but it's not showing in the file system doc. Is there a reason the .meta files didn't show up? let's see if you can tell me. It kind of feels like my chair is falling down. Did my chair fall down? No, it didn't really fall down. It just feels like that sometimes because I'm too heavy for the chair. Okay, so all right. Create the meta files alongside your JSON room files, and your program can load them, but they're not showing up in the Redot file system doc. You're wondering why these typically only displays files that recognize as sources or assets in the file system doc. Things like TC imported. If you're using meta as a custom extension for JSON metadata, it's likely Redot doesn't treat them as native resources and filters them out of the doc by default, even though your code can access them via file access. This is standard behavior in Godot forks for non-standard or unrecognized file types that exist in the project folder but stay hidden. I mean, if you want to dig in this further, it's okay. It's just I had to check the file folder to make sure they were there, and also a subsequent run through showed they exist, as I haven't done the loading portion just yet. Hopefully it doesn't take off. Actually, I don't mind if it tries to tell me code as long as it's still a small snippet. But even so, I'm not really asking it to give me code just yet. So that is if it hasn't like locked up already. Got it. It's all good then. You had to peek in the actual file folder. Now, so now the next thing is we are going to let's go into the room. Let's go to the room loader. The thing that actually reads the JSON file. Um, where is the part that reads in the JSON? Okay. File access open. Metapath. Um, if it exists, JSON data parse strings. File access open. Okay. Copy. File close. All right. So let's go into the editor map thing. Okay, and metapath. It doesn't know what that is. Let's just copy this, and let's go ahead and put a V, and we're gonna call this file open metapath. Let's do this correctly, and then I'll probably be doing read instead of write, and do that, and dot Read. Actually, I could just open it to read write. No, because it's going to create it, and this is just going to read it in. JSON data. Let's call this metadata. Metadata. And then let's go to the other. Metadata. We're going to assume. Wait a second. Alt tab. Okay, so let's go back to editor map. Actually, let's go back to room real quick. File close. File dot close. That. I might have to start adding the parentheses to the if statements just because I'm used to it and I keep on doing that. So I might have to start doing that. Okay, so if metadata what is it again? Okay. I need to give it a room too, because it's got to set the room. So we are going to actually add file name, room, like that. Now we're gonna do it room file name, I think. Room file name, and okay, room comma file name, metadata, room dot what did I call the room dot what? That's just curious. Let's go down here. Set visuals. We're gonna want to access the panel somehow. Okay, let's go back to Grok then. How do I access panel that was attached to the editor map for a specific room? Is it called? I guess I mean it might be called something. Yeah, the panel nodes as children of editor map. The panel is actually a child of the room node. So I create a room and call a function called visuals that create the panel and the labels inside it. I just need to position that. I can pass the created room to the metadata function. So I have a room node and I need to access the panel. Can I just access it directly by name? So I have a room node. Okay, it, uh, so I have to make sure use the proper panel name as is created. Well, I mean, okay, let me see if I actually did that here. Let's go and set visuals. Panel is editor hint. If not has node panel, panel.name is panel, so I can just call it panel. All right, that's pretty simple enough. Pretty simple enough. Okay, editor map. A room dot what is it? Get node get node panel. Var panel equals get room panel. If panel, then panel.x. I don't know, here. Okay. So what is the position fields? What are the position fields called? Is it simply x and y, i.e. panel.x equals Panel out position. Okay. Equals metadata x. So panel dot position dot y equals the data y. Else, well, let's put a little bit of a debug print no panel by that name. Else print no metadata. No metadata read, I guess. Something like that. Okay, so all I want to do is I want to reload save scene. Okay, so it doesn't seem like there's any errors. Okay. So now what I want to do is, I don't have a save option just yet, so I'm going to have to manually edit. So let's manually edit okay, let's find the metadata. Here, let's manually edit this. Okay. Actually, what did it? Oh, okay, it's okay. Good. Text file, right? Okay. X and Y. So we're going to change this to 100. 100 by 100. I don't care where it's at. I'm gonna find it. Control save. Like that. And we are going to go ahead and I'll just minimize that right now. And that's just in number 4. Okay, so let's see what happens when we reload save scene. TD. Check it out. 100 by 100. Did it shift? Yeah, let's do something else. Let's go back to the script file. And we're just gonna, can I put a pass in here? So it doesn't matter if it doesn't do anything. It's just pass so that this doesn't squawk. So let's go ahead and reload save scene. Oh, very nice, very nice. Let's go ahead and show origin. Yeah, that's okay. Let's go ahead and show. Wait a minute, let's do a reload scene. Huh. View. Show origin. Let's control S. Reload save scene. Okay, good. Now, I will actually probably remove the pass here in just a sec, but right now I just gonna try this again. Scene, reload, save scene. Okay, let's go to 2D. Okay. In fact, well, I'm gonna leave it right about here and just save it kind of on purpose. All right. That means save. I can save and I can load. Okay. So, it's getting good now. It's getting good. Okay. So, everything seems to work. Now I need to implement a save function. And actually, let's just go ahead and um, actually, let's go back in here and okay, wait, let's go here first. Let's close it. And we're gonna delete the meta files here on purpose. Delete. And we're gonna go back over here to Redot, or that's wait. Let's go over to Redot. Let's go to script. Let's take this pass out. Print. Panel positioned. Panel position X plus panel dot position dot X plus Y plus panel dot position dot Y. So, okay. And here, let's go ahead and put uh, meta file store string. Seems to work. How do I check file.store string function, see if it's successful other than seeing the file created? I can print a little debug info. I want it just other than actually working, I want it to print a little information message in the debug, the output. So hopefully, write your metadata files. It's working since files are created. You want to check if successful programmatically beyond just seeing the files in your debug info. doesn't return success value. It writes the string, relies on the file being opened correctly. To verify success, you can check file access of object state. Let's see. Meta file open. Meta file does not equal null. Meta file store string. Right. Open returns null if it fails. Oh. So, I failed to open. Okay, let's modify this a little bit. Var. And let's actually do the thing here too, which is, let's do one deal. Room. Just so I know where the end is when I do it. Okay. Store string. File access open. Right. If meta file meta file colon okay. Else colon print meta file could not meta file could not be created. I'll say created because that's essentially what it's doing when I open it for writing. So okay. Store string. File access that get open error after the stored string file question mark. Should just say yes. Yep, you got it. Calling file access after store string is fine. It's clarifying what it checks. Returns the error from the last file access open call, not the store string operation itself, since store string doesn't return status. As soon as the file is open, the error check. Oh, so I could check if meta file and file access that get open error to okay. Oh. So I could check at the top right after the open call to see if get open error was okay. Right after file access open call to confirm. And that way I don't have to check for null. Question mark. Okay. File get open error to okay. You explicitly check for null because get open error will tell you if it open failed. Yep. No check needed. If it fails, you get an error code, and can skip the right. Clean area and just to save. It works fine, I think. Okay, let's just go ahead and reload save scene. Oh. Print file created meta file created successfully. Like that. Oop. Like so. And save scene. Wait a second. Reload. Save scene. Checking for metadata. Well, why? File access exists. Meta path. Var file. Open it for read. File close. Okay. All right, fine. Let's edit this. Make this 100 by 100. Okay. Reload, save scene, and go to 2D, and it still works though. And that's okay if that, okay, that's all right. But script. How come it's not printing? Oh, 38, 38. Oh. Oh. I know it was wrong. Okay. Reload save scene. No position 0, 0. Okay, good. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 100, 100. And Bob's your uncle. Good. Everything goes. Everything's good. Good, 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 good. Okay, so what's the next thing I need to do? Next thing I need to do is I need a save function. And I'm not really sure how to do that. When I click save, it should save. Okay. Now I know I can do the save code. In fact, I can use the same save code probably. We don't need the read the load part. The save part I can write its own function for. Metapath, metafile, and it just creates the file or edits the file. In fact, I can actually kind of copy this code to get it to save. Um, Let me ask Grok something. Sounds like it's working fine. Okay, so can I detect when the panel is being moved at all? Like there might be a signal sent. If there's a signal sent that I can read, then I can use it to save the position whenever you move it. You want to detect the panel node child of your room is being moved in the Redot editor, likely while you're dragging it around your editor. Here's the deal. Our direct built-in signal for detecting when a node like a panel is moved in the editor via dragging. These movements are editor-level actions, not runtime events. You mean detecting movement during runtime, implementing a dragging in your editor you can hook into signals or properties. Since you're building an editor map and positioning panels with metadata, I assume you might want a runtime detection for now. Let me ready panel equals get node panel dot item rich change self on panel moved. Control signal emitted when the panel's size or position changes. Triggers if you drag it programmatically or via input. So like if I'm dragging the node around the screen, I can't detect that. You're dragging the nodes like your room nodes with their panel children around in the Redot editor scene view. You want to detect that movement. You're right. When you're dragging nodes manually in the editor, not runtime, Redot doesn't provide a direct way to detect. For now in plain script, no, you can't. Okay, so I might have to implement the save feature as an actual, like a button, which is fine, which is what I was thinking about doing before. But can anyone tell me if I can detect when something is being dragged around in the 2D scene view? Within the editor. And I'll actually post that in Godot. I want to make sure because it's possible, it's probably not, but it's possible that Grok does not know. This is a thing that, like it might not be able to for sure, but then again, it might. Uh, Hotel. And it looks like people are talking in there, so that means it'll be seen right away. Control B. Uh, I'm just basically asking in Godot's Discord quick help. Why isn't it? Where's? Why can I not? Why can't it? Oh, I'm not pulling the right thing. Anyways, it's So I'm just asking someone in here if they can tell me. I just want to double check to make sure, because Grok most likely is right, but there's a small possibility that you can detect. I've created a couple of tool scripts so I can use the editor as a layout tool for my game. And I just asked Grok, and it told me there's not a way to detect dragging or position change of a panel in 2D. In the 2D scene view in the editor. I gotta be very careful not to tell them that I'm using Redot. So, let's see something here. Anybody chatting in here? Anybody? I got 3 viewers in Rumble, or excuse me, Mean Green, and I got 1 watching in Big Red. Interesting. Okay, that's all right. Almost time. Nobody apparently. Let's do another search. I make a tool script in Godot 4.3. Can I detect when a node 2D is being dragged around in the 2D view in the editor? Then it might not be able to. Detect changes. This method is not available. So you can use the node 2D signal item rep change to detect changes in the position of a node 2 when it's dragged around in the editor. However, The signal does not fire when the node is dragged in the editor, even when the node script is in tool mode. To detect when Node2D is being dragged in the editor, you might need to implement a custom solution such as overriding the input event method. Well, that's kind of too bad, because you could extend it more if you could get access to more of the stuff in the. Maybe I should suggest this to the Redot guys. Maybe they would do it. That's an idea. Um, let's go. Let me go to. Do I want to do it to community? Communities again. Let's go to Redot Engine Community. And that's interesting what it's showing here. Let me do a post here. At Redot Engine. Quick suggestion. I'm building a layout tool in the editor with tool scripts, but it appears I can't detect when a node 2D is dragged in the editor in the 2D view, which means I need to create a button to save my position data. Might be nice. It'd be nice if I could access that info directly. Like a signal fires whenever something is changed in the editor. Building a layout tool in editor tool scripts, but I can't detect the node 2D is being when node 2D is dragged in the editor. Which means I need to create a button. Means I need a button to save my. Would be nice. Nice to signal I could intercept your editor changes. Post. Okay. So let's go back to notifications. Let's go back to the restream. Nobody's in here. I can go ahead and refresh the tab and hit chat. Okay, let's go back to where is. There we go. Nobody's replied. Not in the Godot engine, and probably nobody's replied here either. So that would be a no. Okay. Well, right now, I guess what I have to do is I have to do a. This probably answers it. tool mode script. How do I detect when it's moved in the editor? Similar to this. It doesn't fire when the node is dragged in the editor, even when the script is tool mode. Tool mode. Notification of 30 hours apparently. This does seem to be exposed in GDScript. It's not in the documentation. When I try to use it, invalid and get indexed. Not sure if anyone will see this. It appears it's possible to do what I'm trying to do by making the node part of an editor plugin. I register the node as a custom type and make the plugin handle the custom type. Then I detect when an instance of that node is dragged around the plugin's method. Making the node seems to have some knock-on effects. If I try to make a node that is subclass of the plugin node, it doesn't seem to work correctly when I try to give it a script that extends custom type. Thanks for posting your findings for me. Notification doesn't dispatch while dragging. I also didn't get do you remember override handles and edit? Anyway, I think the reason things are okay, so that's not gonna work, right? All right. So yeah, it looks like I'm not gonna be able to do that, which is okay. All right. So how hard is it to set up a button in the editor? So I could manually save the position. I don't need the save code, just the code to set up a button and be able to intercept it in code. See, I should be already be done here. I might have to be done here. I'll see what Grok says here for. To your editor map scene. I'll assume you want a simple button. Your scene for now, less complex than the plugin. Here's how. Editor map.tc, manually add a button node via the scene tree. Right click root, add node button, name it save button, set its text, save positions in the inspector. Attach this to your editor map root node, or whatever makes sense. Okay. Func ready. Save button equals save button. Assumes button is a child of editor map. Save button.connect pressed. Self on save button pressed. Function on save button pressed. Your save code goes here later. Ready. Hooks up the button's press signal. This runs when you play the scene. Not the editor itself. For true editor integration clickable without running, you need a plugin. Well, great. What? So I have to actually run the scene. So that means I should be able to intercept. That means essentially I'm making a tool. I'm making a layout tool, actual like a separate program sort of, which is fine, I guess. So what do I need to do a tool script for then? You run the scene, but your GD script runs in the engine and the button will work. Intercepting clicks during runtime. Huh. That means I should be able to. If you run the scene, your GD script runs in the engine, that button will work. Intercepting clicks during runtime. You're absolutely right. If you're running the scene, you can detect dragging on the panel nodes in real time using signals like item rec change. Since the script is active, however, if you want this to work inside the editor without running the scene, dragging nodes and clicking a button in edit mode, that's where a tool script or editor plugin comes in. Save button, yes, dragging detection. Since it's runtime, you can catch the panel movement. Works to drag panels, tool script for editor. If you want this in the editor, why tool script? Adding tool in script makes it run in the editor, not just runtime. You can add UI and detect changes without playing the scene. Add a script. Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm doing. You can pull or use process. Oh. Tool script for editor mode. Add the tool, create button, and ready. Track movement with process. So I can still track the movement with process in the editor if it's a tool script. Check the movement of your panel nodes in the Redot editor, not just runtime using process in the tool script, because adding tool at the top makes the script execute within the editor environment itself. When you drag a node in the editor's scene view, its position property updates, and process can catch those changes in real time. Here's how it works. Function process. Get meta last position. Process called every frame. Get meta set meta stores this last position, detect changes, no direct move signal. This will print whenever you drag a panel or distract. Let me know. Well, shoot. Copy. Let's just do that. Let's see if I can just get it to work real quick though first. Go ahead and V, Control S. Okay. What do we got? Oh, tab. Wait a second. Let's see here. Okay, that's lined up. Okay, that's correct. Okay, fine. Let's go ahead and clear this. Reload, save scene. Okay. Wait a second. Why is the control nodes now back to 0? Oh, awesome. And then plus will be from the origin, right? Okay, somehow. Okay, so why is this is cool. See, this is what I was asking for, and it didn't tell me until now. Why didn't you tell me to use process 4? That's what I don't know. You wonder why I didn't mention process earlier, tracking movement. Fair point. Before, when you asked about detecting panel movement, I assumed you were asking about runtime detection first, since we've been focusing on load JSON and creating embedded files. Running in the scene context. We weren't running in the scene context, though. Because it's a clean signal for runtime dragging, like with mouse input, you didn't realize you specifically wanted editor side drag until you clarified. Once you shifted editor context, I should have pivoted to with a tool script sooner. I am actually using a tool script in the editor map script, and also the room is a tool script, so I can attach the panel in the editor and not at runtime. Got it. You're already using tool script for editor map. Room nodes are also two scripts. Okay. Okay, so I got that. That's working. For some reason, okay. Room viewer. Now the only problem I got right now is I guess it would be in a room and separator. Actually, let's do something else. Let's go back to editor map and I guess the only way I can do this is by plunk, plunk, plunk. So I don't have stupid block comments. Why don't you guys have block comments? Doggone it. Comment. Comment. Now let's hit play. Let's reload save scene and see if if the control, the whatever they call that, the anchor thing, is back to where it's supposed to be. No. Let's do one more thing then. Before I do anything else, let's go into. Let's go ahead and delete all these meta files. Delete, which is okay. Let's reload, save scene. Okay. So how come okay, that has nothing to do with this. We can leave that closed right now. What it does have to do with is reading the position. Maybe I don't want to. Wait. Instead of this, okay, we can save panel. That's all right. What if I instead I just put what do I call this room? Room and room. Is that going to error out on me? Because if it doesn't, then these should be right back where they're supposed to be. That's the deal. So I don't even need to do it on the panel either. That's cool. And because what I was doing is I was moving the panel, not moving the actual room the room node position. So I was actually moving it, offsetting it by 100 based on that, and that's why it was in the corner instead of in the center. Okay, so let's forget panel. Let's take forget panel, tab, metadata, delete that. Okay. Room, position X, do that, like that. And we'll do, make this room. And we'll make this also room. Okay, so reload, save scene. Let's go to 2D. Everything's good. Da da da. And now, what? Move canvas item. Oh, that, right. Okay, let's go back to the script. Okay, and then I don't need to move the panel though. So we have to change that. Room.getChildren. I don't want room.getChildren. I want room. Wait a second. Control Z for room and get children. Oh, we just don't want this. We just don't want the panel. So that means that this is going to be room. Room. Print. Move to room. That position. Room. This also room. And make this also room. That set meta. Save. Clear this out. Scene, reload save scene. Okay, room position. Let's go to 2D map editor. This. Awesome. Check this out. Yeah, and the only thing is I'm not gonna want to keep saving it as I'm moving it. So move canvas item. See. Okay, that's awesome. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, no. Reload, save scene, put it back to 0. That's cool. Okay, so modified the process function to actually move the room and not the panel. Otherwise, everything is working pretty good. Uh, uh, Okay, so now the next issue is that, yes, it detects whenever I move the room node, but I'm not going to want to save every loop. So either I need a button that I would process in process. Or if there was a way to detect when I let up on the button after dragging it around. You got the room node movement detection working in process with your editor map, but it's firing every frame while dragging. You want to save on, and you don't want to save on every loop. You're thinking about either adding a button to trigger a save manually processed in process, or finding a way to detect when you release the mouse after dragging the room node in the editor. Let's break that down. You add a button, check its state, process, simple, but still frame by frame checking unless you tie it to signal. Mouse release detection. Catching the mouse release after dragging the editor is trickier. No direct drag ended signal exists for editor mode movement. There's a way. Since you're in a tool script, here's where we're at. Button, you need to create it in the editor. Use its press signal, not to process, to avoid constant checks. Drag release. So I can receive the pressed signal even when in the editor. We're not running the scene, mind you. Get it. You're wondering if you can receive press signal on the button node in your editor map tool script while working in the Redot editor without scene running. Adding a good notice, yes, you can. Since you're using a tool script, it runs in the editor environment, and signals like pressed work as long as the button is part of the scene and properly connected. Okay. The editor itself processes UI events like button clicks even outside runtime thanks to the tool keyword. You'd set up the button in the editor either manually or in the C tree or via code and connect its press signal to your script. Works without running the scene. Do I need a separate button script, or can I just intersect it in the editor map? Getting good. Don't need a separate button script. You can absolutely handle it. There's already a tool script running in the editor. Button's press signal can be connected to a function in the same script, keeping everything in one place. You just add the button node to the editor map manually. Connect the signal to a method in the editor map. GD. Okay, let me set up a button first. All right. Okay, so editor map. Attach. Let's see. Add child node. Button. A theme button. Any button. Option button. Create. Okay. Can I move it? All right, let's expand it then. There we go. Oh, can I move it though? Rename. Save. Save rooms. There. Okay. Why? How come I can't move it around? Okay, well, I got the node there, but I can't seem to move it around. I can only seem to resize it. Here, you've added button node to your editor map seen in the Redot editor, but you can't move it around, only resize it. That's likely because the button, a control node, needs a proper layout setup in the editor to be movable. It's not like node 2D with a free floating position in Redot and Godot. Control nodes like button rely on their rect position or position in your versions and are affected by their parents' layout, properties, or anchors. The editor map is a node 2D. The button might default to 00, not respond to dragging because node 2D doesn't manage control layouts natively. If it's under control parent, no layout parent, it might be stuck until you set position properties. You can still move it. It needs a tweak in the editor script. Let me know your editor map node type. Editor map is a node 2D. I think it's a node 2D. Yep, node 2D. Node 2D. Uh, oh, I don't guess I really need to move it. However, if I pan around the scene, I probably want it to stay in the same place. Can we do that? You only need to move the button around in the editor, but since editor maps node 2D, since the control node, we can make that happen by adjusting its setup. Trick is to decouple the button from the node 2D's transform and anchor it to the screen instead. Let me know if you want. Okay, how do I do that? You want the button to stay fixed on the screen while you pan around the editor map scene. Button is a control node. We can't directly anchor it to the screen as a child of node 2D. It moves with the editor map's transform. I want to make sure that's correct, right? Yeah, that is correct. Because honestly, I don't. I can actually probably layout. Text behavior, text, save. That's okay. I probably. Okay. Fixed on the screen since the. Shoot, it's already 4 o'clock. Since the button is a control node, we can't directly anchor it to the screen as a child. outside the editor map and parents could control like a canvas layer or a root level control that's independent of 2D scenes panning. In the scene tree, right click in the above, right click the root node, canvas layer, move the button, drag your button. Since save button isn't a child of editor, it might be accessed via the root or canvas layer in your tool script. Save button, get tree, get root. Okay, okay. Okay. So let's just move this. No. I don't know how to move it to outside the editor map node. It keeps staying as a child. Hey, I'm trying to move the button node outside the parent. Oh. Oh. I need to just plain add node to the scene. Wait. Canvas layer. Let's do some here. Reload, save scene. Okay. That's alright. No. Cancel. Um, Editor map seems to be the root, as I can't find any way to add the canvas layer as its own node. You can add canvas layer, canvas layer. Wait a second. I hear you. It sounds like editor map is currently the root node if you're seeing in Redot, which is why you can't find a way to add canvas layer as a separate node above it. In Redot, every TC has a single root node. All the nodes is children by default. If editor map is the root, you're right that adding a canvas layer as a sibling isn't directly possible in this. You need to either make a canvas layer the root or add it under a different root. Let's fix this so your button can live outside the editor map. What's happening? You created it. Positions. Add canvas layer under editor map. Keep the editor map as root. Put canvas layer as a child. Control C. Control V. This is when I add a canvas layer to the editor map node. Get a canvas layer as a child editor map. That means your script is trying to access. I'm not trying to access position. I didn't. Do anything with the script. I simply added a node that added it to the editor map. Got it. You didn't change the script yet. You just added canvas layer node as a child editor map in the Redot editor. I haven't. I don't have the button anymore either. I need to make so do I need to change need to add the node 2D to editor map and put the rooms so it looks like I need editor map to be a simple node and then the rooms to be under a node 2D, and then I can place the canvas layer under the editor map root node. I guess I need to quit now. Gosh darn it. It's starting to get going on this thing. You're spot on. Make an editor map a plain node as the root, putting rooms under node 2D child, and then adding a canvas layer. New scene structure. Okay. Change root. Change type to node. Add map. Editor map. Add node 2D. Okay, name it map 2D. I get it. I get it. Drag all room nodes with their panel children under map 2D. Right click, add canvas layer, UI, adjust the paths. Okay. Okay, why don't I forget the canvas layer for a second and just update so that rooms are under their own node 2D and update everything. Then I can think of the UI, which I actually have to wait until tomorrow to implement. Okay, you want to skip canvas layer, but for now focus on restructuring so that the rooms are on the update the script solid plan. Okay. Target rooms. Okay. So, let me do that, and then I will quit for today. So let's delete. Delete. Okay. Add a new node. Let's do a node 2D. Create. Okay. Let's rename it. Okay, rename it to room rooms. Okay. Let's just do this. Let's delete that. Okay. Editor map. Change node, change type to back to node. Change. Okay. Yes, I get it. I get it. Let's go to the script and tool extends node. Extend node. That. And then what we need to do is little rooms. Get tree, scene root, add child. Get node. Var rooms equals. Actually, I can do a was it shift? Rooms equals rooms. Actually, let's make that our default value using won't return nodes in the scene tree before ready is called. When tree is an error, on ready annotation. Ready. Okay. Add room to editor map. Say rooms. Add child. Room editor. Room owner. Dot owner equals. Edited scene root. Get tree that edited scene root should now be rooms. So I defined rooms like so. We're going to copy this line. Instead of add child room, I used rooms. Add child room. Does that work? I'm ready var rooms instead of add child. Here you're updating your editor map tool script to work with the new rooms node 2D child, and you're wondering if get tree come on, don't. I've got it. Yes, this works with tool script. Already runs when the code is fully initialized. Rooms.add child, yes, this rooms too. Instead of adding room directly under editor map, rooms puts it under rooms, matching your new structure. The rooms node will nest correctly. Current behavior returns the root of currently edited scene, and right now that's the editor map, not rooms, because editor map is the top node of why it's not rooms. Rooms is child, not the roots. If you made rooms the root, it'd be edited scene root, but your structure. If you meant access rooms via script, does that. No need for, unless you're talking about root specific. Okay. Um, room dot owner equals get tree that edited scene root. The editor map is now not the owner though. It's actually the rooms node that's the owner. Correct? So it should read room.owner equals rooms. Hey, you're pointing out that your editor map tool script, when you add a room with rooms.add child, setting the room owner might not be right anymore. You're wondering if the owner no, the owner is automatically direct parent of rooms. When you add a node in the editor or via a tool script, you set owner to the scene root or high parent, so it's included in the save scene. If you set the room would be owned by rooms, and rooms itself needs an owner specific currently editor map for the hierarchy to save properly. Correct owner. Still the right owner ensures all nodes owner, including rooms and children, are part of the editor map scene. Rooms.owner. Okay, now door. Okay, we're gonna add child. Okay, go find add child. Child. Only one, huh? Save scene. Does that work? Let's go ahead and knock this back out again. Reload save scene. Node not found. No instance. Editor. Rooms rooms.add child. Node not found. Rooms. Well, what the heck happened? Where is my stupid room node then? Add node TD. Let's call this rooms. Control S. Reload save scene. Invalid owner must be an ancestor in the tree. Oh, good. Load all rooms. Okay. It doesn't add it. That's the problem. Why does it remove it? Hitting it. Invalid when you reload editor map rooms is getting removed. This is happening because the owner's setup isn't aligning with Redot's expectations for the scene saving. Let's figure out where rooms vanishing. Let's fix your structure. Room nodes. When you reload, rooms disappearing means its owner or the room's owner isn't tying back to the editor map correctly, so Redot discards it on load. It should work. Edited scene root is editor map. The root and ancestor of room via rooms. If it's failing, either get tree edited scene root isn't returning editor map. Room self lacks the proper owner, causing whole subtree to drop. Ensure rooms has an owner. So rooms needs the owner. But shouldn't it automatically be owned by editor map? Or do I need to set it in the script? Hey, you're wondering why the rooms needs its owner explicitly set and whether it should automatically be a... Normally, when you add rooms under Redot should automatically set its owner to editor map, the scene root. This is default behavior for nodes. In your case, if rooms is disappearing on reload, as you saw, it suggests the owner isn't set to editor map either. Yes, normally your case, do I need to set in script? No, if added manually. If it's still in T-scene, you should already have editor map. as its owner. No script needed. And okay, rooms was added by script. No, it's not. Okay, fine. Child node 2D. Let's call this. We'll call this rooms. No. Node 2D. Great. Rename rooms. Control S. Then go back here. Let's go to scenes. Editor map. Parent equals dot. That should mean it equals root. Copy. Eject rooms, which means rooms is correctly listed as a child of editor map. Try re-adding rooms manually and saving. Oh, I have to reload it though. So if I reload save scene, it's gone. Select all. Copy. See it, but coming out process, no movement tracking. Your current setup scene. Okay, maybe this will fix it, but here. I see you shared. Okay, so this loops through the editor map children, including rooms, removes and frees them every time. Oh. No recreate. After clearing, you don't recreate rooms. You assume rooms still exist, but it's gone. Oh, skip clearing. Either check its name or recreate is missing. Oh. Let's. Here. Okay, I get it. What the? What the heck happened? It crashed. Did it crash? It crashed on me. It's funny. It's crashed. Okay. Editor map. Uh, uh, we'll add node 2D. 2D. create, close the rooms, enter. We're going to save it, but before we do anything, we are going to in rooms dot get children. Now let's see if this works. Reload save scene. Oh, there we go. There we go. Everything's in there. Everything's in the 2D map. Everything is in there. Okay, probably the meta files are in there too. All right. Fixed it by having it clear the room's children, not all the children. There we go. And everything seems to be working fine. I'll worry about the UI stuff tomorrow. We got projects, phase 1, rooms. I don't need the meta files in there right now. It's okay. Okay. All right. Well, that's all I'm doing for today. Finally. Well, at least it's back to working like it's supposed to. After figuring out what was causing the stupid problem, but everything's cool. Everything is cool. Everything is cool. Reload save scene. Everything is cool. All right. And then, of course, it add the meta files. Let's delete the meta files again. That. Okay, so let's do the thing here. Got. What did I do today? What did I actually do today? Oh, yeah. Metadata. Saving and loading correctly. Commit to main. And actually, it's fine, but I also rearrange it because I have to add my save button. I have to rearrange that. Anyways, so yeah. So thanks for watching, I guess, if anybody's watching or listening, and I'll probably see you guys tomorrow, hopefully, and that's about it. Thank you for watching.